get things started over on YouTube as well. God, I hate the lighting right now. I need to get an actual light at some point. Why is it like, it feels so much worse than, I think it's because my setup is partially broken. It's just, I'm using my webcam as my full screen right now. Here it goes. Okay, YouTube's up. I think we're all good then. Okay, let's look at what our DM is. Person just said thanks. What was the question? Oh, that one. Okay. Not much to add there. Let's look for a new question. Spend the whole time on the sub, right? Let's go to homework help. What's confusing for you? Oh, the arrows? Dude, I'm right there with you. That has two answers. Like, when I was writing that response, sorry, it's like a motorcycle going by. Like, I was getting confused myself when I was trying to give an example. Oh, dude, this subreddit's gotten cleaned up by Alkalaner, I bet. And gamma ray burst. Yeah, I guarantee you, like, this entire subreddit's been answered. Let's go to Learn Math. Got a feeling already, might have to hop over to the Math Discord if we want to actually get some questions to answer, but I still want to try doing Reddit first. Okay, here's one that doesn't have an answer. It's literally just posted now. Some graph sketching wonder why the curve on the right-hand side is above the x-axis and the solution says coming from negative infinity. I don't understand what they're really asking. Let's read the question again. Sketch the graph of this function. It seems like they're asking why this one goes above the x-axis, but they say it's coming from negative infinity, which it's not. It's coming from positive 1. So the denominator has roots at negative 2 and positive 1. Shouldn't have... Yeah, like that. And when x is greater than 1, what happens? The parabola is facing up and is always positive. The top is negative until x becomes greater than 3. That's kind of interesting. When x equals 3, the line is actually a bit stronger than the parabola. I'm sure there's a reason for that. First remember definition of subset. Instead of a solution for equation consequence is subset for original equation. Thinking of the proof as a set? I don't understand what that logic is. If it works, it works, but I'm definitely not following that. All right. Oh, okay. So when they say coming from negative infinity, they mean the range, not the domain. So yeah, it's coming from this negative infinity down here and coming up, and they're asking why it pops up at first. And then it goes back down. I think we can maybe give them a practical explanation. Okay. So I think we can think about what when the function is positive and negative when x is greater than 1. The denominator is always positive. The numerator starts as negative and turns positive. Part of the function on the right pops up like that. Sign changes and top versus the degree on bottom. For x greater than 1, x squared plus x minus 2 is always positive. The numerator, x minus 3, is negative between is negative for 1 less than x less than 3. However, the numerator turns positive after 3, or actually, the entire function then must be negative, or 1 is less than x is less than 3. When x greater than 3, the numerator turns positive, so the entire function turns positive as well. I'm trying to give like a very practical explanation. This isn't very, there might be a different way to explain this, but I'm just kind of trying to explain practically why this happens, I guess. So you have a function that starts negative and then eventually turns positive, forcing it to increase as we're seeing. But then after a certain point, the degree on the bottom, 2, is greater than the degree on top. So at some point, the function must start decreasing again while still staying positive, meaning it needs to approach 0 for large x's. The left part of the graph the sign never changes, right? Because the number is always going to be positive when x is less than negative 2, and the numerator is always negative. Which prevents us from having that little pop. This property of quadratic function is a condition when x is symmetry when exactly 0 equals x. For like a parabola, yeah. I mean, this one isn't symmetric around x equals 0, but for any parabola, it's what, like, well, there's a lot of parabolas that are symmetric about 0, I guess. I think this is my explanation here. I was going to add in a bit more, but I don't think I should. But yeah, I'd say for a rational function like that, you really just need to divide it up into smaller intervals and look at those intervals. It's a lot easier for me to say that when I have the graph ready made for me like that. Like if I was just given the equation and nothing else, it would have been a bit harder for me to figure that out. Hmm. B is equal to 0. Oh yeah, that's a nice way of generalizing it. Yeah, you remember with Desmos. And that makes, yeah, cause I was about to say it's any problem that's ax squared, and then I realized that you could shift it up or down, but I didn't quite make the connection that it just means you're varying your value of c, and that b is always 0 in those cases. What? Okay. All right, I think we're gonna go right to the math Discord now. Reddit is deadit. Or it's not deadit, it's just, you know, there's helpful people who are beating me to the punch there. Get rid of that. Let's look for one that ideally doesn't have conversation actively happening. Ooh. Got a nonlinear differential equation there. Maybe separable? I can't really. And recalling the product rule. Oh, that's interesting. The y cubed is still throwing me off there, though. I guess. Wait, so if you. Okay, I'm getting a little bit invested in this one. Even though it already. I think that's just the answer. right there, but that is the result of the product rule for, oh, maybe I see where this is going. For the function y equals x, no. Yeah. That is the result of a product rule. I'm just trying to figure out what the initial function would be. Xy prime. If y equals x, I guess. It just feels weird that you wouldn't plug in the y equals x. And does that mean that... no, I want to see what Wolfram Alpha says about this one, I guess. I wonder if Wolfram Alpha will actually know how to solve it. Oh. Okay. Those are solution. It looks like there's a cubic. That looks like the cubic formula. That's not what I was expecting. That was gonna be like x squared or something. I guess, well, the white cube you still have to deal with. I'm not sure. I don't really know what's going on with that problem, I guess. I see what they're saying with having a result of a product rule there, but I don't really know what you do with that result, I guess. Don't even know what I found. Help me. Something about the mean value theorem? Let me make this bigger. What does that arrow mean? Does that mean concave up and decreasing? Or no, that can't be. Wait, is a function... No, you can have a concave up function that's decreasing. But I don't know if I'm... It's really just a down arrow but for concave up. That's why I'm trying to attach some other meaning to it. Oh, for your parabola? Makes sense. It's kind of a weird question. I don't really want to do it. Plus, someone's already working on it. Ooh, Mercedes-Benz. I guess this must be an engineer. They start with finding the derivative. That's something. Looks like they're still typing things out, so just let it be for a minute. Oh no, it's not one of these. Okay, well, let's see if we can work this out. Two trains leave the station at the same time. One heading west and the other east. Oh wait, the westbound train travels 105 miles an hour. The eastbound train travels at 85 miles per hour. How long will it take for the two trains to be 266 miles apart? Okay, this is actually... It's not as complicated as the classic train problem, I guess. So you have, they leave the same time, so we don't have anything too funky there. We have 105 times time plus 85 times time equals 266, and you just solve that for t, I think. So 105 plus 85 is 190. So an hour, 1.4 hours, so that's what I'm calling it. I don't know what 0.4 of an hour is off the top of my head. I should. 20% of 60, 12, so an hour and 24 minutes. It's a pretty quick train. How fast do trains normally even travel at? 105 miles per hour? Oh, I mean, you can just give the answer as 1.4 hours anyway. Okay, so let's go back to the person here. Headed in the exact opposite direction, so we don't have to worry about angles or anything weird like that. One is traveling away at 105 mph, the other at 85 mph. We just need their total distance traveled and to add them up. Distance equals speed times time. So the west train has traveled 105 times time in hours. The east train 85 times time in hours. We'll call the time t, since they left at the same time. Uh, 105t plus 85t is the distance between them. I'm just kind of giving the answer away to this person, I guess. I didn't really mean to, but we're basically already there, so let's just bring it home. Actually, okay, if they're taping, we'll give it a minute. Oh my god, dude, this stretch. Oh, okay, there we go. That was a nice stretch. I did just run out of tea, so let me put that away. Oh, do you solve these with a table? The table might be really helpful, especially for the harder ones where they leave at different times. That always throws me off. Needed it for exam. Yeah, I've done like harder versions of the problem before on stream, and I messed it up like 2 or 3 times before I got to the actual right answer. All right, good. Problem is difficult. Yeah. Displacement of a car over a short period is plotted in the graph below. How far has the car traveled after 10 minutes? Oh, okay, so this part is probably like early on into a calculus class or something. So we have displacement. So since we're given our graph is displacement, for part A, we can just, they're not asking about part A, but for part A, we would just look at where time equals 10 and take that number at its face value, which is 6. What is the car's instantaneous velocity in meters per second after 3 minutes? Well, here we want the slope of the line when time equals 3. So we can take the slope of this entire line because it's always the same here. This is just basically the line y equals x, or, you know, if you want to say d equals t. And so the velocity is just 1 meter per second. Is that fast for a car? I don't even know. This car's average velocity versus during the first 10 minutes of the journey. So for this, you take the end point, the y value 6, subtract off the starting y point 0, and divide by, it's basically your rise over run with the start point, or with the end point and the start point. So 6 over 10 minus 0. 6 over 10 is a number. 3/5. 36 kilometers an hour. Well, they shouldn't be. Do they have to give it in kilometers per hour? If they're giving stuff in meters per second, I'd say meters per second. Oh, wait. That's mean. Time in minutes, displacement in kilometers. What is the instantaneous velocity in meters per second? Dude, what a dick. They're making you convert units just for fun. Oh my god. Alright. So I said it was 3/5 of a kilometer per minute. Let's convert that into meters per second to see if my answer matches that person. 3/5 km per minute in m per s. I might have said meter per second squared at some point, and I didn't mean to do that. 10. Wait, they're saying kilometers per hour. So when you multiply by 60, 100. Either way, we get a different value. Okay. For part B, the instantaneous velocity is the slope of the line at t equals 3. So just need to calculate the slope of that part of the line, and that's the answer in km per minute. You'll just need to convert it to m per s after. For part C, they don't specify the units they want. But the process is you find the slope between the end point and the start point. If you do rise over run, you get 6 minus 0 over 10 minus 0 equals 3/5 km per minute. All right, let's see where that gets us. Never heard of a two-way table before. What part are they asking about that's wrong? I wish you would say what part. It's kind of a lot to read. And I don't know what their understanding is. Ooh. This is kind of a fun question. I don't remember my physics well enough to do it, though. I assume in the center, it's going to add up to 0. But I don't really remember this well enough to respond. "10 inches more than the width." Okay. Frame that is 2 inches wide all the way around. Oh gosh, okay. Wait. The frame itself is 2 inches by 2 inches, or there's 2 inches of slack all the way around? I assume there's 2 inches of slack. The total area of the picture and the frame? Oh my god, what is it? Area picture plus area of frame? Oh, okay, but I think for the sake of this problem, the frame is hollow. This is such a weirdly phrased question, or not necessarily weird, but ambiguous. There's many different ways you could interpret this. I think I have an idea of how you're supposed to interpret it. So let's try and puzzle this out. Okay. So what do we have here? Let's do green. Length 10 inches more than the width. Well, which one is length? I'm just going to draw like a portrait. So let's call the length is 10 inches more than the width. the length is 10 inches more. Okay, so let's say the width is W and the length is W plus 10. 10 inches more than the width. Now the frame, for some reason, the frame touches everything except for the painting, in my interpretation. So it's 2 inches wide all the way around. So that means there's 2 inches here, 2 inches there. So that means this side is W plus 2 plus 2. W plus 4. This side is W plus 10 plus 4. And we know that the entire the total area of the picture in the frame, which I would interpret that as you have an entire frame that's solid plus the picture separately, you take that area and that area, add them together. But I don't think that's what they mean. I think, well, I should embrace it. I think they mean like the frame is only that outside part, and that seems really... I wish it just said the area of the frame, basically. But I think we just want the area of the big part and not worrying about what's hollow and what's not. So we know that area is length times the width. So W plus 4 times W plus 14 is equal to... Not very nice numbers. Multiplies to 18 adds, or no, multiplies to minus 280 adds to positive 18. There's 28 and 10. Oh, hey, okay. W plus 28, W minus 10. You take the positive one, so our width is 10. And you need the dimension of the painting, so the length is 10 plus 14. 24. All right, so I think I'm gonna need to take a screenshot of what I just did so I can post it to the person. Give me 1 minute to open up my own stream here. Is the stream gonna be unmuted? It is. Okay, I muted it. Okay, I got a screenshot. Let's fix that capture. Okay, go back to Discord. It seems like there's many different ways to interpret this question, but the one I think is right is what I've drawn here. Since area is length times width, we can use this to set up 336 equals W plus 4, W plus 14, and solve for W. Okay, let's give them that much and see what happens. Oh no, the slope is 1. Or you're right. The slope is definitely 1, but the units are km per minute. So you have to convert it to ms. It's a bit of a trick question. So I'm going to see if my DM is quick. Okay. Isomorphism, no clue. Oh god, is this linear algebra? Question 17b. I don't understand how to find the magnitude of vector OQ and how to make the acute angle. Determine the acute angle between OQ and RP. Piyush Meena, hey, how's it going? So I would think it's just a dot product. Did you say specifically the acute angle? And like, what's OQ? Oh, they make you work out what OQ and RP are supposed to be. In a parallelogram, you can definitely have obtuse angles, but I assume the acute angle part is a bit of a hint that it should be less than 90 and not there's some kind of conversion that can happen. Is there some way that I can... I would kind of need to draw this out, to be honest, to understand what's happening here, which we can definitely do that. Hey, Green FR, how are you? Okay. Let's see if we can figure this one out. God. Please erase faster. Thank you. Okay. I'm no good too. Thanks for asking. Just working on this question I found on a Discord. I'm not sure how it's gonna go, but we should be able to figure it out. So we have -7, +24, -8, -1. Oh, they don't really give you nice numbers there, do they? That's a little... I didn't even give myself enough room. I can go by twos. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. It's -24, isn't it? No, it's positive. Okay, good. 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll do everything by 2s. I didn't have to go down to -8 in that direction. I need to go to -8 in this direction. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so we have -7, +24. Like that. Connect the dots. That's one vector. Then we have -8, -1. So our parallelogram, I mean, I don't really know what direction. I guess you keep the same direction. It's going to be like that, though. So OP, the origin is O. P is up here. R is over here. And the remaining letter is Q, which must be up here. Okay. So between OQ and RP is part B. OQ and RP, the diagonals. That's why they want the acute angle. Okay. I wonder if there's a trick for that. Because you have acute angles there and obtuse angles there and there. Can you even pass the math? Any tip you can give? For me, it was a lot of repetition. Just if I didn't get a problem, I just did that type of problem over and over again until it eventually sunk in. What type of class are you in? I might be able to give you some more specific advice. I want to Google a problem like this because I feel like there's a trick here that I'm not aware of. 11th grade? Yeah, I can almost like if it's like algebra or pre-calculus or trig. My general advice really is just the repetition, like I said. I can recommend you it's like a calculus focus site, but it has review sections for algebra and trig and pre-calc. This site I really like in general, and it has very good like example questions that show you kind of like what the tricks are. In late scientific clarity, philosophy is compatible with math because it always produces the best result only by shifting the substance. I don't know enough about it to debate you on that, I guess. Yeah, it's kind of hard to just like the question is like, you know, I'm not too good at math. What's a tip? It's hard for me to like say like, oh, just do this thing and you're guaranteed to be good at math, because there isn't like a fix all for everyone. You kind of have to figure out what works for you and go with that. Angle between diagonals in parallelogram. Actually, and since I spent a little bit of time on this, I want to make sure I'm not leaving anyone that I responded to behind. I wish they told me if they're at least okay. Which one was I just in? Okay, this one. No, I'm not a professor. I'm just I'm a dude who majored in math, and I have some experience being a formal tutor. Most of it is just me tutoring. Most of tutoring has been like private with like friends and stuff like that, though. So I'm closer to a tutor than a professor, I guess. Yeah, I graduated with a major in applied math about 5 years ago. Probably getting closer to 6. Okay, this seems like the exact thing that I want. That's just the dot product. I don't think it's going to involve a dot product, but I think you need to modify your V and W in some way. You now have a French sub? Hell yeah. Thanks very much for subbing. Correct formula be... Really? So you can just use this formula at face value? I guess that makes sense, because you could shift the vectors around and get the same angle. Like you can bring the corner of, or the beginning of this vector over to the beginning of this vector, and you get the same angle theta. So I guess their placement maybe doesn't actually matter. Okay, well, I guess we know what we have to do. Well, we need the vectors. We need to figure out the vectors of our diagonals here. Shoot, I see. Oh, no, I didn't. Were they determine the angle between the vectors OR and OP? Okay, yeah, so they didn't have to do the diagonals as part of their... Oh, wait. Are those going to be connected, though? Determine the angle between the vectors OR and OP. Like, I'm looking at part A right now. Good degrees for commerce? Oh, Jed, you got first. For commerce without maths? I have a hard time thinking of one. It's not my, I'm thinking like in terms of like economics-ish, and it'd be hard to take the math out of it completely. I bet there's non-math focuses. Yeah, it's geometry but with vectors, Jed. And I think I figured out what we have to do. It's just a little bit of pain to do it. So PH, I think it might depend on like the school, to be honest. Like, I don't know like how universal this is, but at least in America, there's like you can do a Bachelor of Arts or Bachelors of Science, depending on what your university offers, and that'd be like, if you want to avoid the math part, you go for Bachelor of Arts. But there's still gonna be some math in there. And it'd be hard to do. It's definitely not my area of expertise, so please don't take my word for it. Or I definitely do more research than just asking me. But yeah, Jed, this definitely involves geometry. I guess let's try and work through the problem. So, just because I kind of want to know like how the answer looks for myself too. So we're given two sides of this parallelogram. We're given OR and OP. I drew in, I guess, RQ and PQ, but you could have done the opposite directions. We want to figure out what the vectors for our diagonals are, so OQ and RP. Yep. Oh, Piyush, you're completely fine. Please feel free to ask whatever you want. Half the stream is me getting distracted and just having a conversation with chat, so please don't feel bad. Or if I feel like I'm straying too far away from the actual math, I'll just, you know, start focusing on the math myself, so. I want to write that higher up. OR is -8 -1. OP is minus, was that 2? -7. I was close. Wait, did I draw this wrong? Why is that -4? Why? Do I not know math? -7 is over here. I mean, the process is still right, just my drawing is horrible. I'm gonna leave it. Because the numbers will be right. I just don't know. I made a -7 into a -4 for some reason. Is OQ simply OP plus OR? Maybe? That would make sense. Drawing out the scale exactly, yeah. Never mind that I literally drew a scale on my drawing. Yeah, I need to remember what vector addition actually means geometrically. That's how bad my vector knowledge is in why I'm doing the problem, so I can try and remember this stuff a bit. Ugh. Okay. Oh, Jed, you genius. Okay. That is the exact definition of vector addition. All right. I guess that's what I needed to see then. And I also just realized I can put this little thing up at the top where it's not blocking as much, can't I? It'll block my posters, but that's okay. You don't need to call you genius? Okay. You're in your 10th year, not that good at math, so it's kind of hard to understand some of the stuff. Oh yeah, Green. If you have a question, please feel free to ask. But like if I'm just hunting for problems out on the internet, I tend to go for the harder ones because I just enjoy them more. I mean, hard is also subjective, but if like I never mind explaining things that are like you know, I'll explain fractions or arithmetic or stuff like that too, even though you're in 10th grade, so I'm sure you're a little bit past that point, but I don't mind like talking about or doing whatever level of math. So if OR or OQ is OP plus OR, more like QT. Thank you, Charlie. Welcome in. So what's going to happen when we want to get RP? How's that vector going to be different? Are we going to negate one of these? Like, what is RP equal to here? Yeah, That seems like it's going to be subtraction. Because we could do, we could like reflect OR over there and get the same type of vector like that. So I guess we'll call OP minus OR. I hope that's okay. 66 times 77. That's 11 squared, 121 times 6 times 7. 121 times 42. That's 242 plus 440 times 121. 242 plus 40 times 121. 484, 4840 plus 242. 4840 plus 242. 4840 plus 242. That's 5,000. 4840 plus 242. $5,022? Not final answer yet? 4840 plus 242. No, yeah, 5,022. That's my answer. It's wrong? What's up, Piish? And hey, Enrand, welcome in. 726? 4840. I messed up on that last one. I mean, sorry for the people on YouTube. The people on Twitch are making me do like a quick math. It's a little like fun redeem. Plus 242. Oh shoot! I was getting my digits mixed up, dude. I was doing 40 plus 80. All right. I was close. I had the right technique. I just can't do addition. Okay. Anyway, back to the problem. Okay. If 1 equals 4, 2 equals 3, 3 equals 5. You're right, and then you miss it anyway. Is that some kind of mapping Piish? I'm not quite following, because 1 isn't equal to 4. I guess it's like a sequence of numbers, maybe? Oh, all right, Green FR. Thanks so much for hanging out. Um, 4, 3, 5, 4, 4. I don't know if I have a 6s. Oh, okay. I get it. I was like, I don't see the pattern there. And Rand, I'm French and I have a question. Is math in the USA different from what we have in France? I bet it's taught differently. Oh yeah, we got a fellow French person in chat. So yeah, I mean, I haven't taken a math class in France, so I can't speak to that part, but it does seem to get taught differently. I haven't talked to enough French people to really know how things get taught over there, though. There's other differences in the notation, like I don't know if you know what this means, like for like intervals, like Americans would say 2, 3 or like 2, 3, and French people, or I think most European people, switch up the notation for an open interval like that. But I think the actual classes themselves are surely going to be different too, but there's definitely like some notation things that are different. And I think things do just get taught differently. I'm just not that familiar with how things are done in France, I guess. Okay. What's up with this problem? Okay. So let's figure out OQ first. We said it's OP plus OR, so -8, -1. Oops. What am I drawing? Plus -7 -24. Vector addition is pretty simple. You do the x plus the x, -15, the y plus the y, -25. RP is, I wrote OR and OR. That's not what I want either. I think I meant to write OP. -8 -1. -7 -24. Dude, I can't write. So -8 minus -7 is -1. -1 minus -24 is +23. Oh shoot, Spectre, I missed that. We still have more work to do, so I'll switch to red now. Oh, it's all good, P-ish. Okay, so our formula is the dot product divided by the magnitudes. Okay. Oh god. Okay. So cosine theta is equal to the dot product over magnitude of V, magnitude of W. And we have to take the absolute value of that, because the dot product is sometimes negative, and we don't care about that. Both numbers in blue slide. All right, thank you, Spectre. I'm eternally grateful. So V and W are OQ and RP here. So the dot product, you do the x times the x, which is +15, plus, oh my god, 25 times 23. Well, that's 625 minus 50 is 575. So on top, we have 15 minus 575. The magnitude of V is not simple to calculate. Oh my god. Okay, we do need a calculator now. I know the screen capture is messed up, but I'm not going to keep it on the screen for long. 15 squared plus 25 squared. Oh, actually, this isn't that bad to figure out. Oh, now it's green? Okay. The answer is 5√34 for that one. You're gonna make me do a disco of math. Now we need a vector of 1, 23. I think you did this chapter last year. Oh, okay. This is something that students in America, we don't really go over this until you're in college, and even then, it's only in certain classes. I don't think most students actually even learn about vectors. So that's a difference there for you, I guess. Now black? Okay. Wow, this one doesn't even simplify. It's square root 530. What the heck is this? Okay. What an annoying number. I'm gonna make Wolfram Alpha simplify that for me. And we'll even do the arc cosine of it in the same step. 15 minus 575 is 560. 5 square root 34 square root 530. Clueless Knuckles, what is this answer? It says I have $500 and a chicken eater costs $50. How many can I buy? Our chicken each costs $50. And that Clueless Knuckles, you do your total 500 divided by 50, and you'll get 10. From your side, maybe you can do that question on screen, like applications such as Paint. Oh yeah, P-ish. I mean, I could use Paint. I kind of like the aesthetic of using a whiteboard, but I have used Paint before for some types of questions. Is it hard to read the whiteboard? Because that's definitely a problem if it is. NRAND, yes, it's about vectors. So for those of you who are new here, my stream is normally, it's a bit better quality, but my setup is partially broken. So it's normally a bit easier to see the board. It's like higher definition, but I just can't do that right now for like this stream and probably my next stream on Thursday. So if the quality is so bad, I will just start using Paint today, but please let me know if you can't read whatever on the board. So I definitely want you guys to be able to see it. Number in green for 1,000 beans. I mean, I can do a full problem in green too. Oh, what is this angle? Did they say not to round it? Okay, now I can use the calculator. 33.45. I guess that's the answer. All right. It's a bit hard for you two. Oh, honestly, I just like having the aesthetic of a whiteboard, which is why I have it. So I don't really mind turning around for myself. Quality is good. The green might be a bit hard to read. Okay. Hey, Caleb Boss Crafter, you need help with this formula. A squared plus B squared equals C squared. The problem's a triangle with one side 12, another is 4. The last one is C. Yeah, I think that'll be a quick one. I'll even just do that now. Meaning monitors, yep, I just have 2 Spectri. All right, so Caleb, you say that you have a right triangle with one side is 12, another is 4, and the last one is C. I'm assuming C is that hypotenuse, because that's normally what we have as C, but please stop me if it's not. So, as you say, we have the Pythagorean theorem, a squared plus b squared equals c squared. And here, C is normally the hypotenuse, as we say, so A and B are whichever one of 12 and 4 that we want. I'll say that A is 12 because it doesn't actually matter. 12 squared, and I'll say B is 4, so 4 squared equals C squared. Now we just have to solve this for C. 12 squared I happen to have memorized as 144. 4 squared is 16 is equal to C squared. 144 plus 16, that's 160, equals C squared. Now there's only one more thing to isolate C, which is to square root each side. So square root 160 equals C. Yeah, Jed, I technically have an orange marker, but it's kind of bad. So I don't normally have that as an option. So square root 160, it's technically an answer, but rounds to the nearest 10th. Okay. So if you want to round to the nearest 10th, I take square root 160 and plug that into a calculator, and that's your answer. Sometimes they want an exact answer, meaning that you should simplify the square root. But for this problem, if you don't need an exact answer, then I'll put that into a calculator. We can actually do that. 12.6, yeah. In France, we have a famous YouTuber who makes videos on math, has 2 million subs. His name is Ivan Munka. Yeah, I'll write down that princess's name. It's a bit easier to, I imagine it's a bit easier to do with a static YouTube video than a live stream, but I mean, I guess about the same. I don't know. You're a top G. Thank you, Caleb. I appreciate that. Thank you for the question. Okay, I think I'm neglecting some people from the math discords. Let me, before I get back to this person, let me see who I responded to this person. Drawing, I know how to draw. I don't know exactly how to solve and find the exact dimension of the painting. Like the question asks. Okay. To see where you are at. We know the width of the frame plus painting is W plus 4. And the length is W plus 14. We also know that area is length times width. So plugging in the given numbers, we get the equation 336. Okay. Who else was I replying to? I don't recognize any other names here, so hopefully someone isn't waiting for me to get back to them. Okay, so guessing the point for vector RP is the negative point PR. Kind of, but not exactly. RP. Let's start with the addition one first. OQ is equal to OP plus OR. Knuckles, I don't know why you're asking me a question like that. I don't think that's really a homework. I can't imagine that's a question you're assigned for homework. Me and my... You're Harry North? I don't know who that is, but fair enough. Similarly, RP I don't like this explanation. Okay, so let's just say this for now and see how much. The person didn't ask for help with part A, so I assume they understand the dot product and how that's going to work. That all they asked about so far is how to find these diagonals, so let's just get them started on that and then see if they ask for more after that. It's weird to set up because we have things with W's. You don't understand it, it is substitution. Okay, let me, I'll finish checking the response to this person, then I'll show you that one, Caleb. Just take me a minute. We took one side of the initial painting, SW, and figured out all of the rest must be in terms of W. Even though we don't know the exact length or width, together. W plus 4 and W plus 14. And to figure out what W must be in order to give us an area of 336. The idea is we know the proportions in the total area and are trying to get to the actual measurements for length and width. I hope this helps, person. It's a little bit hard to explain this. Let's go to Caleb for now and see if the person gets back to me. I'm going to keep this work up here, though. I'm going to do it over here. All right, so Caleb, you have a system of equations here, and you have to solve it via substitution. 5x minus y equals -5. 3x minus 6y equals 24. Okay. So to do something with substitution, out of any of these four things involving variables, look for whichever one is easiest to isolate. The minus y here looks the easiest to isolate to me, so let's work with that equation and isolate y. So we have 5x minus y equals negative 5. I'll start by subtracting the 5x to the other side, so we get negative y equals minus 5 minus 5x. Now we multiply each side by negative 1 to get rid of that minus sign. Get y equals 5 plus 5x. Now we know what y equals to, and we start with this equation, so let's plug it into the other equation that we have. So wherever we see y in this equation, we switch it out with this. So 3x, that stays the same, minus 6, now the y is what changes to 5 plus 5x, and then still equals 24. Now we have one equation with one variable, and we can solve this like a normal algebra problem. So 3x, let's distribute the negative 6 inside. Important to remember that it's a minus. So minus 6 times 5 is minus 30. Minus 6 times positive 5x is minus 30x equals 24. Now let's combine like terms, the 3x and the negative 30x. That minus 30 stays there. That becomes minus 27x equals 24. And now we want to isolate x, so let's add 30 to each side. 54. Oh, that works out nice. Now divide by negative 27, and we get negative 2. So that's one part of the solution, x equals negative 2. We do need to go back and figure out what y is, so we can actually use this equation. Zach, thank you very much. Stooky Hate. Taylor Latham, welcome in. Henrik Hate. We're just, I have a few problems going right now, but right now I'm helping out someone on YouTube with this system of equations via substitution. And we're almost at the end here, Caleb. So we know that x equals negative 2. Let's plug it back into this equation here that we already isolated for y. And get y equals 5 plus 5 times negative 2. 5 times negative 2, let's just write that out, is negative 10. 5 minus 10 is negative 5. So the answer to the system of equations here is x equals negative 2, y equals negative 5. And if that makes sense, please let me know if I lost you at a step there. Starting to make sense? Okay, good. Oh yeah, I should yeah, I have to do that like separately. Shoot, I thought I updated that thing over on YouTube. Apparently not. If you think of a question, Caleb, then please let me know. You're gonna go eat? All right, sounds good, Caleb. There's been quite a few people that are just being weird over on YouTube. Not Caleb Running was still talking, but there's been a few seeming trolls in there. Thankfully, it's a little bit calmer right now, though. Yeah, we'll welcome in Raiders. We're just doing a little math help stream today. We were working on this one with the painting over on the Discord. They haven't replied back to me. This other one involving a parallelogram defined by two vectors, and we need to find the acute angle between the diagonals of that parallelogram. Taylor Latham, I can tutor up to calculus for sure. There's some things that are high up that I can help out with a bit, like differential equations and linear algebra. But up to calculus is where I'm like the most comfortable. That's true, Jed, but you still have to like divide out the 3 and then it's still like a couple of steps. So my answer for the pointed vector OQ is minus 15, positive 23. That's not what I got. For OQ, did I misread the problem? Oh my god, I misread the problem. I did it all wrong. No. Oh my god. Okay. What happened is, was I getting mixed up with this one before? It's positive 24. I read it as negative 24. Oh my gosh. All right. Well, we don't need to actually know that this was just doing it for fun, I guess, but yeah. And Natalie Elf NPC, welcome in. Can we just put, yeah, feel free to post a problem in chat. Just let me know if it's a problem that you're posting for fun that you want to discuss, or if you actually need help with it though, because that kind of changes how I want to like explain it and talk about it. But if it's something that I know how to do, I'll definitely try to do it for fun to discuss. Oh, okay, yeah, sure. So if it's something that's you graduated years ago, oh, okay. If it's like out of my area of expertise, I might just be like, oh, that's cool, but I'm not sure like what to say about it. But if you want to talk about something, then sure. And Taylor Latham, well, just on E2IPy stream, we rated yours. Apparently, people stream math on YouTube. Oh yeah, so I dual stream on Twitch and YouTube. It makes things are a little bit like janky sometimes because I can't combine chats. So sometimes I'm responding to someone that you can't see, which is a little bit unfortunate, but it's just kind of the way that it works for now until Twitch changes their rules. So I consider Twitch my primary like streaming platform, but I've been trying out YouTube as well. But yeah, I'm live in 2 places at once right now. Natalie Elf NBC. For the minimum number combination of 3 items, or to have all combinations of pairs. So unless I'm misinterpreting you, is this just 3 or 2 choose 3 or 3? I always get the order of it reversed, but do you have 3 things total and you're choosing 2 of them? I assume it's a different question. Are you? It's like a pair of 3 things. Shoot, let me while you're typing that, I'm going to try and quickly get back to this person. So OQ is minus 15, positive 23. It's OP plus OR. Minus 15, positive 23. Okay, I'm on board with that. For OQ, to find the angle between OQ and RP, we need the dot product. I'm gonna take a screenshot quick. Be below. It's a rearrangement of the formula for the dot product to solve for the angle between vectors. Okay. Are you currently in university? No, I graduated with a degree in applied math, a bachelor's in applied math, like coming up on 6 years ago. Three distinct collections, like if each pile has two unique items. You're going for? Oh, awesome, Taylor. Three distinct collections. Each pile has two unique items? So you have three separate piles with two items each? Okay. I think this rephrasing is gonna be helpful. What is the minimum combination of three balls can each have a unique pair? Oh. Minimum number of combinations of three balls can have each unique pair. I'm confused with what the pair means here. Is it the minimum combination of three balls? Where is the pair two things of three? Like just how many unique combinations? I'm so not sure that I understand it, to be honest. With like what pairs are we comparing, I guess? Let me just see what's new in my Discord. I'll get it later. So anyone else who I was replying to, like, did I reply to this cookie person? No, I didn't. Heidi, thank you for that. Welcome in. I try to be, but I get stuck a lot. For n equals 2, you want to be sure you have 1, 1, 1, 2, 2, 2 of red balls and blue balls. Green ball doesn't matter. You also want to have the red... Wait. You also want to have red-green 2 combination in the blue-green. So the different combinations of the numbers are 1, 1, 1, 2, and 2, 2. You'd have repeats you don't need. Hey, Harryson. I don't know how you would graph it or apply the handshake lemma. Those might be helpful things then. Oh gosh. These other questions, they definitely aren't my specialty, but like, oh, okay, that person's good. Or like combinatorics has never been my strong suit, but I like the simpler ones I can figure out. N equals 3 is 9. I'm still confused with like the colors, I guess. Like, why aren't all the colors unique? Like, it should be, if you figured out for red balls and blue balls, why don't you just multiply that number by, I guess, 2 or 3 to get to the green-red combination and the blue-green? Like, what's making it a repeat? And Heidi, I know you're gonna don't understand anything. I mean, um, I get schooled all the time by people in chat, so I so I have that feeling too. Actually, I feel like I'm getting schooled right now, to be honest. The number n equals 3 is 9, n equals 4 is 16. Seems like it ends where you don't know how to prove it. Yeah, I'm not sure. This looks physics-y. What is that? What is what? All right, Taylor. See you around. Oh, the picture here. Yeah, it's a little bit small. I wasn't planning to do this problem, but I'll bring it up if you want to look at it. Except for the one I was looking at before when you were saying that. So a lot of times I just will scroll through a problem and not want to do it. This one looks a little bit physicsy, which makes me scared. But if you want to see it, that's what the problem was. Two, 3, and 1, 2, 2 are two different combinations, but the rest of this problem is a repeat. Okay, no worries, Heidi. Um, yeah, Natalie, I'm sorry, because I feel like I'm just being slow, but I'm still like trying to wrap my head around what problems is like asking. Impossible. Well, let's look at this one. This person made me laugh with that. So, um, oh wait, are you only supposed to write in impossible if it's not possible? Yo, wow. Find the area if it is possible. I thought this person was just like making a joke with typing impossible in, but you are supposed to actually do that if it's not possible. The area of the region between the graph of y equals 1 over 3x minus 2 to the 3 over 2 in the x-axis to the right of x equals 6. So this integral might not converge. Which, why would they say to use impossible rather than infinity? I don't know. I guess it's all the same. Let's see what what the function looks like. 1 over 3x minus 2 to the 3 over 2. Oh, okay. That's nothing too crazy. Oh, someone beat me to it. Okay. Well, they got the help that they needed. For an inclusion, you need more subs and viewers. Oh, well, thank you. I'm working on it. Prove the following using two-column form. Is this like one of those proofs where you have like, that's what I was taught when I was in high school, is you have one column of the step, another column of the justification. I wonder if that's what they mean with two-column proof. I don't want to do a geometry proof. I don't know what theorems they have. And I just don't want to do it. They already closed their channel. Where the tangent to the curve. What? Gotta go? Good luck from Norway. Oh, cool. Someone from Norway is watching, but anyway, thanks for hanging out. Hope you have a good day. Yeah, so this feels like a trick question because it's tangent, it should just be once, but I assume it's going to be one of those tangents where it actually does hit the curve multiple times. So let's, I guess, yeah, well, this one should be fun. Let's try and work it out. I think what we're going to do is we're going to figure out the equation for the tangent line and set it equal to the original function. You'll watch more? Oh, well, awesome. My schedule is Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, starting around 2 hours ago. I look forward to seeing you again, hopefully. So let's try and do this without a graph at first, and then we'll graph it at the end to verify. Yep, see ya, Heidi. I think we can safely erase all this stuff. This is going to need to be sprayed. Bad whiteboard. Okay. Let's do blue. So we have f of x equals x cubed plus x squared minus 8x plus 2. So let's, we want to figure out the tangent at x equals -1, so let's find f prime, which is 3x squared plus 2x minus 8. F prime of -1, because we want to see x equals -1, is 3 minus 2 is +1, minus 8 is -7. Okay, so we have a point, we have a slope, we need a point, and then we can make a line. So f of -1, -1 plus 1 is 0, -8 times -1 is +8, plus 2 is +10. Okay. Let's use our point slope form of a line. It's y minus y equals slope times x minus x. Then just isolate y. -7 plus 10 is +3. All right, so that's our line. Now we need to figure out how many times it intersects, or we need to determine the points where it intersects the cubic. No, Heidi. I don't mind the questions. When did I start YouTube? The channel is a little bit over a year old. I only started live streaming to it on about a month ago, I would say. I primarily stream over at twitch.tv, and right now I'm dual streaming to both Twitch and YouTube. So I consider Twitch my like primary platform, but of course I give attention to both. It's kind of seeing like if one grows faster than the other, or if people on YouTube are interested in this like sort of content. All right, so now we know the equation of our line. We want to intersect it with the cubic, so let's equate them. Minus 7x plus 3 equals x cubed plus x squared. I hope we get something that's easily factorable. 0 equals x cubed plus x squared minus 8x plus 7x is just minus x. 2 minus 3 is minus 1. Oh, it's grouping. We got a grouper. Factor out an x squared from there. Factor out a minus 1 from there. Now we factor out an x plus 1. Dude, grouping is cool. Get 0 equals x plus 1 squared times x minus 1. So x equals negative 1, 1. We need the points where they intersect, though. One of them we already found, which is just where the tangent touches the curve initially. We have another intersection at x equals 1, though. So we need to find our f of 1. 1 plus 1 is 2. Minus 8 is minus 6. Plus 2 is minus 4. There we go. So we have 2 points and their coordinates. Wait. Did I make a mistake, Yuri? No, I was so excited. Oh, no? It's positive 2 minus 3, right? It should be a negative 1 there. Let's verify it with the graph. You don't understand anything I say, but in a good way. Yeah, it's hard to learn to, like, the way I'm explaining it is marketed towards, or I guess not like marketed, but like, you know, it's meant for someone who like is already in a calculus class, I guess. So if it's not something you're familiar with already, it'd be hard to follow, I'm sure. I wouldn't like feel bad about it. So yeah, we have an intersection point there, intersection point here. Okay, yeah, I think I did it right. Oh, okay. Sounds good, Yuri. Are you smart if you can solve a Rubik's Cube? I can too, so I sure hope so. Oh no, so someone beat me to the punch on this problem too. I don't get why you would give someone a one-word response. I don't think you're really helping that person. Hey, Thunder. Okay, either way, it's being worked on by someone else. That's cool that you can solve Rubik's Cubes, though, Heidi. Like, how long does it usually take you if you time it? Or if you have to go, then please go. Don't let me keep you. Turns out there's two. I'm really sorry. If you could help me on one, if you want, you can do the other. Okay. Two consecutive odd integers such that 3 times the square. My record is like 17 seconds. I got pretty lucky though. My average is more around 25. Find two consecutive odd integers such that 3 times the square of the larger is 45 more than 10 times the smaller. The sum of the squares of three consecutive... Oh, okay, so these are two separate problems, I think. Okay, I think I know how to do this. The wording is kind of a lot. I think I can figure this one out, though. This person's teacher probably chants in ancient Babylonian. They were... Did they do this type of math? I can't remember that part of my history of math class. It definitely feels like a historical math problem of some kind. Like, I don't know if this is right, but like, I would think of like something like Diophantine would be interested in. But I'm a little bit rusty on my history of math. It just sounds right. Okay. Problems in intro to higher math courses like proof courses, basic number theory. Oh yeah, I think it's going to use like some techniques that you probably want to use in a class like that. Not that I'm an expert in proofs or number theory, but I'm sure being comfortable with manipulating even and odd numbers is a pretty big prerequisite. Do I need to spray you again, whiteboard? All right, you're getting sprayed. Okay, there we go. All right. But yeah, the reason I'm so fast at solving Rubik's Cubes is because I did a lot in high school, just because I was super bored during class. What letter is this? A? Can you do that? I could Google how you make that letter. I definitely don't have a key like that on my keyboard, though. And I assume you pronounce it A, just like that. I can copy paste yours. Yo, Bookbinder, hey, how's it going? Glad to have you here. 2 consecutive odd integers. So I guess I was wondering if we want to do like k and then k plus 2, but I assume we want to take our first one as like 2k plus 1, and our next one is 2k plus 3, just to force things to be odd and not accidentally get an even. 2 consecutive odd integers, such that 3 times the square of the larger. 3 times the square of the larger. Wait, is 45 more than... Well, if it's 45 more... plus 40... No. Minus 45 is equal to 10 times the smaller? Am I interpreting this right? It's a letter Norway found out. Oh yeah, I've seen it before. I can't say I know anything about it though. Inspiring, you know that? Oh, well, thank you. Seen. So you would interpret it too? Yeah, I'm a little bit concerned about minus 45 versus plus 45. But if it's 45 more, I think it's subtracted off for them to be equal. I think this is okay. So let's try solving this for k, I guess. 3, that squared. You probably choose like 2k minus 1 and 2k plus 1. That might make it's only a little bit easier, I think. Is that 12k? Yeah. I should tell the person that I'm working on it. K equals 1 or minus 7/3. Oh, really? That's interesting, Thunder. I'm just gonna tell this person in Discord that I'm working on it. Really? There's no way K is gonna be equal to 1. That feels weird. It feels like way too simple of an answer. I guess let's see what we get and verify that I actually set things up right. $36K minus 20 is plus 16K. 27 minus 45 is minus 28? No? Minus 18. Minus 18 plus 10 is minus 8? Yep. First time in your life, math is fun? Oh, hell yeah, that's great to hear. Okay, so hopefully this factors into something that isn't horrible. 3K squared plus 4K minus 2, 0. Multiplies to -6, adds to 4? Does that doesn't happen. It might still be factorable though. Let me try setting up like this. I did -7, not -8? Oh god. No, I mean 27 plus 18 is 45, right? All right. I know the perfect solution. It's called Wolfram Alpha. Let's not make an arithmetic error here. 2K plus 3 squared minus 45. 2K plus 1. Dang it, Thunder! You're right. Why did I get an 8? There should be a 7. I guess we do get minus 7/3. Solution for your math in school? What's that? Wait. This still doesn't make sense, though. Oh, because you have to divide? I definitely did something wrong. Oh, yeah, I did add 10 when I should have subtracted 10 rather than adding 10. Oh, you can have a save, Thunder. That's for sure. I physically can't redeem that one, though. Actually, and that's actually the point of it, what I'm wrong that you redeemed that. So you should have thought about that before spending your points. It's called calculator? Yeah, that'll do it, Heidi. Basically what I just did here. Really, K equals 1? Okay, let's just see if K equals 1 fulfills the initial conditions. Like, I feel like I did something wrong if K equals 1. So if K equals 1, we get 3 and 5. So if we plug, well, okay, 3 times the square of the larger, so that's 75. It's 45 more than 10 times the smaller. Oh, that is a difference of 45. Okay. 3 and 5 work. I didn't expect that. So what's up with the -7/3 or 7? Yeah. Oh, I don't think -7/3 gives you fractions. So you throw that one out because they asked for integer solutions, not rational. Yeah, okay. How to do hard fractions? Oh yeah, fractions are kind of annoying, but you do need them. My mistake with the math here is I should have done -10 to get -18. I don't think we need to go through this part though. Okay, so let's get the person on Discord started with the first problem. And as they're working on that one, we'll work on the second one. What did I just do? Oh, that's what I did. Why do we need fractions? All sorts of stuff, unfortunately. They are helpful. Yeah, it is kind of a fun question. There's a part 2 to this too, or at least a related, or it's like the same type of question. It's not like a continuation, but so for the first one, we need to translate the words. I mean, you can live in a world with only like whole numbers, but you know, sometimes you got to go between the whole numbers. You need fractions for that. Words into math, into still working on the second one, but for the first one, translate the words into numbers. Let's start with 2 consecutive odd integers. There's many things we could do with this. It was nice dropping by. Have fun. All right, Thunder, thanks for coming by and for saving me from my mistake. I'll see you around. Your mom found out you stayed up late. All right. See ya, Heidi. Get sleep. I named the 2 consecutive odd integers as 2k plus 1 and 2k plus 3. So no matter what you plug in for k, you always get 2 consecutive odd numbers. That means 2k plus 3 is the larger one. When do you stop live streaming? I normally stream for 2 hours at a minimum. I sometimes go for like 4 to 5 hours, but normally around like 10 minutes ago, I would have ended things unless I'm feeling up to it. I'll stream for like, usually on average, like 3 or 4 hours. So I don't really have a definite stop time, I guess. Now let's look at the rest, the rest of the question. 3 times the square of the larger means 3 times 2k plus 3 squared. All right, see you, Heidi. All right, for today, I'm probably gonna go another like hour or 2. Um, 10 times the smaller means 10 times 2k plus 1. We expect the larger to be 45, to make them equal to each other, So we can solve for k. Take 3 times 2k plus 3 squared equal to, and I think I'm going to explain it to them slightly differently than I set up the problem for myself. 10 times 2k plus 1 plus 45. The plus 45 comes from the larger, oops. So I think it's a bit more clear if we increase the smaller one by 45 rather than decreasing the bigger one by 45. You'll get 2 potential solutions, but only one of them will be correct. Is live stream, so I have one last question. Favorite movies? Oh, no worries. I don't mind the random questions. So I have a funny question. My normal answer to that is it's a tie between The Dark Knight and Inglourious Bastards. But that's kind of been my response for like years, and I feel like having some movies like grow on me more. So I guess I might even put like Goodfellas as my favorite now, but I'm a little bit like conflicted. But I guess those 3 movies are at least among my favorites. I might even just say that Goodfellas is my favorite now. Okay, so while this person hopefully reads through my response there, let's start working on their second question. I should actually read what their second question is. That will be helpful before I start trying to do math. The sum of the squares of 3 consecutive positive odd integers is 371. What are the integers? The sum of the squares of 3 consecutive positive odd integers is 371. Okay. Oh, this is going to be annoying, but we can do it. Okay, so we need 3 consecutive positive odd integers. The positive part we won't need to worry about yet. For this one, let's try to keep our numbers as low as we can, and we'll take our 3 consecutive odd numbers. It's 2k minus 1, 2k plus 1, and 2k plus 3. And we need the sum of their squares. So we have 2k minus 1 squared plus 2k plus 1 squared plus 2k plus 3 squared. They sum to 371. That might be smart. Yeah, might be. Not sure yet, though. All right. Making sure I'm interpreting things right. This one's at least a bit more straightforward to me than the other one. Okay, so now we have a bunch of multiplication to do and then combining like terms, unfortunately. So multiplying that squared out, we get 4k squared minus 4k plus 1 plus 4k squared plus 4k plus 1 plus 4k squared plus 12k plus 9 equals 371. Okay. Let's combine our k squareds. We get 12k squared. Our k is minus 4k plus 4k is 0 plus 12k is 12k plus 1 is 2 plus 9 is 11. Oh, let's clean up nice at least. 12k squared plus 12k. 11 minus 371 is minus 360. 0. Factor a 12 out. k squared plus k minus 30? Yeah. And we can factor this. We want a k plus 6 and a k minus 5. Yeah. So we have potential solutions of k equals -6 or +5. We're given that the integers have to be positive, that they come out to be, and -6 gives us negative results. So we're going to take k equals 5. So enter k minus 2, k plus 2. Okay, so I thought about that. I was worried that it might give you potential even results. Would you just throw those out? Or like, I was worried that you might get something that you have to like force k to be. I did this because I knew it would work, I guess, but if you just define k to be odd, you get 9, 11, 13. Oh, I guess it still gives you the same numbers. I also get 9, 11, and 13. Plugging in 5. Okay. I was worried that it might get you something that looks right, but it isn't. Either way, it'll still be a decent amount of multiplying stuff out, so I'm not too worried about it. Okay, so let's go back to Discord. This person hasn't come back to me yet, so let's type out for the second one, and hopefully they'll see it when they see it. So I'm still going to say the way that I did it, because I wonder if I don't know if the k minus 2, k plus 2 it has potential traps with a different type of problem. Seem to be 3 consecutive even numbers. Okay. This one was odd. Oh, that's a good point. Okay. So that is a nice way to save work on this particular problem. This is where my lack of knowledge around these types of problems shows, because like I still want to say to do it this way, because if they encounter a different problem, that trick might not exist, and I wouldn't want them to think that it does exist. But maybe that concern isn't real, I guess. Okay. That is a nice like shortcut though. I'm just thinking about like, trying to say things that are generally applicable for when they encounter like a different problem. It's not this exact one, I guess. So. Square of each one is then 2k minus 1 squared, 2k plus 1 squared, and 2k plus 3 squared. We know their sum is equal to 371, so we have the equation 2k minus 1 squared plus 2k plus 1 squared plus 2k plus 3 squared equals 371. To solve it for k. It's a lot of math, but eventually you'll get 2 solutions for k, and only one will be correct. Okay. The determinant can help you figure out between one solution and not one solution, but I don't know how you tell between infinite and none, besides just getting the reduced row echelon form. Consider the feasible set. I don't know what a feasible set even is. Rectangular languages? What? I haven't heard of that either. Okay. Moving on. I don't know if I want to know. Super layer for this tensor? Dude, okay, so some people here have some advanced questions, I guess. Optimization stuff? Yeah, it seemed that's what it seemed like with all the constraints for the feasible set one. I don't know how you would do this. Oh, cool, Natalie. What did it turn out to be? Yeah, links are turned on, so you can just post it. It's called a Latin square. Let's see what that is. I'm glad that you found an answer, because I know that I sure was not going to be a help there. Even though I would like to be. N by n array filled with n different symbols. It was named after something that Euler did, but a Korean mathematician beat Euler to it. Sucks for this guy. Okay, I could get lost in reading this all day, but yeah, the stuff in math is I know very little about. I'm glad that you got your answer though. I don't really know how you. I know generally they go O notation means, but I'm not very good at actually like Or I don't know how you even get the form of it. All right. Good luck, Natalie. OBS can be a fickle beast sometimes. So good luck. What's happening here? This seems like a good approach. Different or same results depending what... Well... I don't know if I'm going to type in this one. I kind of just want to work it out because I don't exactly know where it's going to go after that. So I just want to see what it looks like for my own knowledge here. Multivariable limits are kind of fun too. Actually, I can just copy the problem down. Well, we'll keep it there. Okay. Oh, I kind of want to... I don't want to lose this work. I'm going to take a screenshot of it. Let me open up my stream quickly. Because I do not want to have to do all this math all over again. Okay, good. Just want to get a screenshot so I could save what I have on the board. Let's go back to the problem at hand. Wait. Okay. X minus y to the n, x to the n plus y to the n. N not equal to 0. Okay. In the US, that's n not equal to 0 isn't necessary, but let's not go there. Okay, so if we want to figure out, I assume this is not going to exist. Let's take the limit as we go along y equals negative x, I guess. So that's going to give us x minus negative x is 2x to the n over x to the n plus minus x to the n. We could factor out an x to the n on the bottom. And I guess that means the x to the n's cancel. You get that? which either doesn't exist or is 1, depending on your value of n. Okay. Wait, no, it's not 1. It's either doesn't exist or it's 2 to the n minus 1. Let's take it when y equals x. You get 0 on top. I'll actually write out x minus x to the n. So this is never 0, and that's always 0. So I think that proves on its own the limit doesn't exist. No matter what you want to choose for n, you can never make that equal 0. You make it undefined, but you can't make it 0. Okay, I guess I'm happy with that. So we actually, I wasn't planning to go and type them in the Discord, but no one's replied to this person for a while, so. Cancellations. Gives convenient cancellations. Prove/disprove the limit. I'd recommend you just try plugging them in. Cancellations. Okay. Why are we squaring them? For the second one, why are we squaring them? Is always weird to figure out. The sum of the squares. The sum of the squares of 3 consecutive. Just gonna do a dot dot dot. This means they each get squared individually, then added, rather than something like adding, then squaring. That last sentence might be making it too complicated. Or like this part in parentheses. I guess I might be confusing them with adding in more information than they need, but let's just keep it and see what they say, I guess. Wait, the other person was Schmob? Okay, so we have Schmob and the main character to keep an eye on. Is this some kind of, whatchamacallit pyramid? Pyramid numbers? 9 is equal to 7 plus 2. Or 9 minus 7 equals 2? No, what's the pattern? Should I be going from the bottom up? No? I don't see the pattern here, to be honest. Seven, 6. Like 9, 7, 2 and 5, 5, 7. I need help with this problem too, I guess. I don't know. Hey, it's Vessi. A basic question will please help. We have a fair coin of 0.5 heads probability. Sounds good. What is probability to get 60 heads and 100 tosses given it's a fair coin? Okay. See now, I even had to think about that for a second, but I know what to do now. So you toss the coin 100 times, and you want exactly 60 heads out of those 100. So so let's focus on the first part of this, which is getting the 60 heads. So the probability of getting 60 heads is 0.5 to the power of 60. Oh, wait. There's a trick here. Do you know binomial probabilities? Like, is the term like binomial familiar to you with calculating these? Because I just realized there's something about this problem that I missed. Let me actually see if I can bring up a resource on them. Hey, SPQ. Like n choose r, x factorial, r factorial. I think it's that or it's like that. Let me just bring up a page on it, because I'm gonna mess it if I try to explain it verbally. Just get rid of some of these extra tabs. Yeah, sure, Yaria. 100 choose 60 over 2 to the 100. Yes. So that should be the answer that Zone Ranger put. Let me explain why. So this problem, it's a binomial problem because you have a number of trials. Oh, thanks, Heidi. No, yeah, it's completely okay. You have a fixed number of trials, a desired number of successes, and a given probability. So actually right here, they list the criteria. The number of observations or trials is fixed. Each observation or trial is independent. We're just going to say trial, so one coin toss doesn't affect the other. We're fixed at 100 coin tosses. And the probability of success is exactly the same from one trial to another, and it's not the same as independence. I don't know whether these are separate conditions, but either way, we meet all the conditions here. And so we want the actual... Now that we know that we meet the conditions, we want to use the formula, which is right here. It's not phrased in the most clean way, but I'm going to write this out in a way that hopefully makes a bit more sense. So it's n choose r. Binomial of x, n, p. Here, x is successes, n is trials, p is probability, of success. So it's n choose x in the way that we've set it up. And I normally see it written like this. It might also be written like n big C x. And you might be using R in your formula too, but x and R is just a letter. So these two things are the exact same. Times p to the x times 1 minus p to the x. That's our formula. It looks a little bit complicated, but let's plug in our actual numbers here. So we have 60 successes because we have 60 heads out of total 100 coin flips. Our probability of success, because it's a coin flip, is 0.5. So we have 100 choose 60, or 100C 60, if that's your persuasion, times 0.5 to the 60. 1 minus 0.5 is actually still 0.5. Now to the 4. Oops, I made a mistake there. N minus x. So number of trials minus successes is basically, this is the number of heads, that's the number of tails. Okay. And so that's something you can plug into a calculator and get a number for, which I'll do that now, and then I'll explain why this formula works the way that it does. 100, choose 60. Uh, 0.5 to the 60, 0.5 to the 40. That should spit out a decimal at us. Oh yeah, I wanted that in kelvins. Thank you, Wolfram. It's not interpreting my choose right. Where are you, choose? And it's interpreting the C as Celsius for some reason. Where? I know for a fact we can do choose, Wolfram. Are you going to make me type out choose? Is that what the world has come to? 100, choose 60. There you go. 0.0108 if we're using 4 decimals. Oh, 0108, I said? Okay, good. Binomial NK, oh, that probably would have been easier. SPQ. I prefer to yell at things that I don't understand, though, evidently, and blame them. Okay. So that's just the answer right there, and you could just plug in the formula to get it. Bessie, like I was starting to say before, the 0.5 to the 60 represents getting 60 heads. The 0.5 to the 40 represents getting 40 tails. And the 100 choose 60 is for the different orders. So you could get 60 heads all in a row, followed by 40 tails all in a row. You could get, 30 heads, 40 tails, 30 heads, any different combination of heads and tails, which is why you need that choose there. What I was about to do when I first saw the problem was just this piece, but that's probability of getting 60 heads in a row and then 40 tails in a row, so that wouldn't be right. And Heidi, what kind of live stream are you doing right now? Same kind of math answering live stream. Nothing's changed on that front. I was working on a probability question from someone over in the Twitch chat. Yeah, Bessie, I was about to make the same mistake there, but you have to account for the different orders of the heads and tails that you can get. Oh, so they approach along the axes. That probably isn't a bad try either. When x equals 0, you get minus y to the n over y to the n, which is negative 1 to the n. That makes sense. When when y equals 0, you get just 1 always. So that only disproves it for some values of n. Surprised you don't have more subs? Oh. You get what you earn. Should earn more? I'm trying. All right. Looks like this person is on board. Function to be given by h of x equals 2x squared minus 2x minus 3. Algebraically determine the exact values of the coordinates of the invariant points when y equals h of x is transformed into x equals h of y. Oh no, I think I understand what you're saying, Heidi. I just try not to be in that mentality because I don't want to be like, people owe me subs and views and whatever. I just try to work on myself and hope that it'll come. Yeah, I like this person's approach. So they're asking about the points where when you take the inverse, those points stay the same. For a parabola, I'd expect 2 of them for most parabolas. Not necessarily everyone, though. When I say most, I mean most that you'll encounter in a question that's being asked of a student like this. But I think they have the answer here, so... Or like this person said, the right approach. So let's move on. Oh gosh. Let's make sure. Wait, Schmob. Okay. Show off their muscles and get millions of views. Really? Maybe I just need to like flex, and that's my, you know. I wish I had muscles, but didn't make sense. How do I find y? Where even? I can't find y on the piece of paper, much less solve for y. Oh, here's y. All right, I found y. It's right there. The 2 polygons are similar. Well, okay, yeah. You want x to be 3 over 2. X is right there. Oh. Wait, they're just making this look really complicated. You just complete the entire big right triangle here. You gotta go? All right, Heidi, see you again. Okay, this is a problem that looks hard, but I don't think it's actually going to be that hard if we make a little bit of a realization here. A little too zoomed in for my taste. Okay. Wait, X should not be 1. Wait, no, they said X is root 3 over 2 or something, right? X is 3 over 2, they said. Okay, that's probably fine. But let's find that for ourselves, though, if it is true. Okay. Ah. Okay. So for this problem, let's just redraw it. I wanted to avoid redrawing it, but you kind of have to. Uh, 2, 1, 1, 2. Isosceles right triangles, as it turns out. 3 root 2. 3, 3. X, X, Y. 45 degrees. Well, we're given that the polygons are similar, so we can safely say this angle up here is also 45 degrees. We should also know that because this forms a square that basically completes our right triangle here. And so that means the length of this is 3, 2 plus 1, and the length of this is 2 plus 1 is 3. That also matches with the Pythagorean theorem there. We were to do 3 squared plus 3 squared, square rooted it. So that means we just need to scale it between these two sides. I guess we want to use the 4 and the 3 root 2 as our... Well, I mean, the 3 and the 2 should be the same, but maybe I don't want to do that. I feel like, can you just... No. Oh wait, that's a Y. No, I was misreading my own handwriting. Oh my god. I thought it was a 4. I was like, but, and I was trying to plug in 4 and the numbers weren't working out in my head. I was like... So yeah, we do have to do the 2 and the 3 as our like scaling factor here. Bessie, hey, can I ask more things here, or is there an order? No, Bessie, feel free to just go ahead and ask. If there's multiple people all in chat asking questions, I might need to say, like, you know, I'll get to this person and then this person. But right now there's no one else in chat who's asking questions, so if you have one, please go ahead and ask it. Okay. In the meantime, I'll keep working on this. So I guess we need to take that between the 2 and the 3. So 3 over 2 is equal to x over 1, because the 3 in the 2, the x in the 1, I guess. And this should give us what x is just 3 over 2. Simple math. That makes sense to me. And we should be able to do the same. We could either do 3 plus 3 over 2 and do Pythagorean theorem with the two sides. That's 3 plus x, not 3x. Or we could just use our same scaling factor. 3 over... No. We set it the same as here. We do y over... No. I keep... 3 over 2 is always the scaling factor is equal to y over 3 root 2. Now we solve that for y. Y is equal to 9 root 2 over 2. I guess that makes sense. That seems a little bit like too simple though, to be honest. Yeah, as Suki said, you can post in the Discord too if that's easier. Thanks for linking that. I feel like that's like too simple, but that is just the answer. It's interesting they've figured out that x is 3 over 2, but in the same exact procedure they can do for y. At least, maybe they found it in a different way, though. One second, I do want to verify my answer to the Pythagorean theorem. For some reason, I'm just like feeling paranoid that I did something wrong. Three plus 3 over 2. This is a stupid way to write it, but I'm going to write it like this. 9 root 2 over 2? Okay, I just want to make sure that that was right. You have a challenge for you. If the value of neodymium equals the natural log of d times ln e times e to the s plus the natural log of neutronium divided by 5, it's a lot of words. Let me finish typing out this response and I'll look at it a bit more. Ratio with each other. We compare sides DE and NP, or we can say that NP over DE equals 3 over 2, and that all other sides should have that same ratio. We can find that x equals 3 over 2 by saying, or by setting up 3 over 2 equals x over 1. So x equals 3 over 2. I feel like this isn't the best explanation, but let's go with it. For y, we can set up 3 over 2 equals y over 3 square root 2. Solve for y. Okay. All right, so Braden, the value of neodymium equals the natural log of d ln e times e to the s of neutronium divided by 5. Why are they both Nu? What is S times E to the power of neodymium? This feels like a fancy algebra problem, I guess. Neodymium is Nd. Oh, okay, that makes more sense. All right, let's try writing this out so maybe I can understand it. I'm a little confused. Like, the ln of E should just turn out to be 1. The value of neodymium, which is Nd, ln d times ln e times e to the s. Plus ln nu over 5. And we want to know SE to the nu, we said, or neutronium. That was nu. Like that. Two different similar triangles. Wasn't that setting? Okay, there we go. Hey, positive variable to the power of nd. Notes nd because nd is neodymium. Oh, I mixed it up. Thank you. I guess let's start manipulating this equation and seeing what happens. So we have log identities there with ln. This entire thing says multiplication. We can do plus. Ln, and this is division, so we can subtract the logs. So we get ln d. Ln of e is 1, ln of 1 is 0, so that goes away. Ln of e to the s is just s. Ln nu. So I guess here we raise each side to the power of e. So we want to force SE to the ND to happen, so I guess we'll do this. Multiply each side by s as well. Now using some log identities, we get d and u over 5 to the s. It's kind of weird that we have s's mixed in here, though. But I don't really know how else you're supposed to do this problem, because SE to the ND doesn't seem to happen naturally like any other way that I can find. So I'm not sure, is that what you were looking for? Well, yeah, so you definitely can. The question was, what does SE to the ND equal? And so I figured SE to the ND does equal this, even though the S is redundant. That's what the question was, I guess. So I'm not sure if that was the intent, but you got another one, Bessie? Yeah, sure. Oh, Bayes' theorem. I'm gonna have to look that up. The posterior probability. Hey, Raina, how's it going? Glad to have you back. Posterior probability. Yeah. You thought it was calc? Oh no. I do enjoy some calculus, but right now I'm working on this question from Betsy that they just posted involving probabilities in Bayes' theorem. Conditional probability P of okay. A given B posterior probability. Wait. So what is this asking? Using Bayes' theorem, the observed data of 60 heads. Let me see what Braden posted, I guess. And then I'll focus more on all right. I I was wondering where you're going with this problem. That's all right. That's pretty funny. You got me. I was like, why are you posting this weird question? Apparently what was I doing wrong? I got rid of the E at some point. Oh yeah, I think I see. I see where I messed up. I would have gotten it in the wrong order though, I think. Because my instinct is right the D in front of the NU. I was trying to figure out where this equation would come from. Like, it's like, is it a chemistry class or something? Or like, but no. Just memeing. Okay. Anyway, that's a good one. That one is a little bit hard because I feel like other people would also do something similar to me where like the order is wrong. So it can be hard to get to like really get someone with that one. I do appreciate the try though. A and B be two events whose probabilities P of A and P of B are known. I'm trying to figure out what our conditional is going to be for this one, Bessie. Ugh. And look at these, like, Bayes' theorem, it kind of... Don't things need to not be independent for it to be really helpful? So I guess what we want to find out is probability getting heads on a single coin toss. Oh, really, Braden? You might be more familiar with this than I am, because it's been a minute since I've used Bayes' theorem. The observed data of 60 heads. Okay, SPQ, so I'm glad I'm not crazy. So there has to be something that I'm missing with the coin potentially not being fair, or like with it being a single coin toss. Probably getting heads on a single coin toss, assuming a prior belief the coin is fair. Okay, maybe let's try to write things out a little bit, and that might make it more clear to me what's happening. Okay, let me pin this just so I don't have to keep scrolling up to find it. Yeah, okay. So you're probably getting... What's up, Braden? Posterior probably getting heads on a single coin toss. So what we want is probability of heads given fair coin. And then from there we plug into the formula? I don't know. I'm gonna try Googling this one because I feel like I'm gonna be doing it wrong. Oh, what? Oh my God, that's a little too zoomed in. Yeah, please do, Vessi. Because I'm confused on how you do this. Oh no, the cough drop is stuck inside the wrapper. Okay, we're good. Crisis averted. really involved answer. Oh my god. I think probably not supposed to be doing it like this. This looks crazy. Alright, let's see what you posted. Probability of getting heads on a coin toss. Let's see if we can make sense of it. P of A equals 0.5, okay. Rate of observing 60 heads out of 100 coin tosses is what we... We didn't get that answer. It's not that small. Wait, did they not do the choose part? No, it's not the choose, or they didn't. It's not that. Why is that so much smaller? Let's just keep moving through the math and maybe just glaze over that part for now, but how do they set things up? Total probability of observing the data P of B is 1, since it's all possible outcomes. Is that half of that? Why do you divide it by half? Divided by 2, I guess. If you divide by half, you're multiplying by 2. P of B is 1? I don't really understand that third line either. Oh, that's where you got that from. You did divide it by 2, I guess, but... Well, this is the probability of heads given it's fair or something on a single coin toss. This does not make sense to me. I don't have a better way to do it. Wait, so we're given the coin is fair, right? I'm scrolling up in chat. A fair coin of 0.5 heads probabilities. Probability of 60 heads and 100 tosses given it's a fair coin. Sure, SBQ. That's the last one that I was looking at. I couldn't really make sense of it, though. And Braden, you're saying you looked at base theorem, let's make variables for each probability, h equals 50, t equals 50. Google Bard? I never heard of that. Oh, Braden, I assume. That's given each probability of being inside of 60-40. Oh, Google Bard is a real thing. I didn't realize that they actually had that. It was a different problem SPQ? Okay. Yeah, I feel like it just looked like complicated math, and I assume Bessie isn't supposed to do math that's like that hard to solve this problem. Like, this is the level of math that I was thinking, but the numbers don't make any sense to me. I don't really use Google Bard or ChatGPT or anything like that, though. I don't trust them. Yeah, this question, I have a hard time making sense of it because we're given the coin is fair. If the coin is unfair, then maybe we're talking. But if the coin is fair, it's just it's just a half. This is a little bit crazy to me. Oh, okay, but I see. All right, so oh wait, okay, so we do get the same answer. Okay. Heads given data is equal to prior probability times likelihood over evidence. I assume that's some kind of simplification of Bayes' theorem that I'll just believe at face value. Calculate the evidence. The evidence denominator represents the sum of the likelihoods for all possible outcomes, heads or tails. What? That's what it seems like to me, but I don't imagine it's going to be one. No, it doesn't. It makes sense the 40 tails comes out to be the same. I don't know why. I don't get why this is called evidence. I could blindly follow the calculations. I couldn't explain why any of this is happening the way that it is. This is super weird to me. At least for now. Plug the values into the formula. P of heads given data. Wait, okay, so our formula, prior probability times likelihood. The prior probability is what we were assuming is 0.5 for a fair coin, times what we calculated, or I guess times what we actually got, divided by evidence, 2509. So if you got a really small chance here, you would say the coin is probably unfair. SPQ, I think this is some kind of rewriting of Bayes' theorem right here. Like, this is some modified P of A given B here. Since they're independent, or I'm not sure. I think they did start with Bayes' theorem and they modified it for this type of situation. Oh, and Mon Petit Poop. Can only double, triple check. Oh, good, yeah. Because I did some more like looking into it, and I saw some tricks where you make the data point the actual area of the circle, because that was an important distinction. Otherwise, you get areas that don't actually represent it. So I'm glad that you got to that. and thank you for letting me know, because I was gonna DM you to make sure if you weren't able to come around. So I'm glad that it's working out though. In frequentist versus Bayesian statistics, completely messed up. Yeah, this is messing me up. This is weird. Hmm. Because enough well as I was calculating the max circle size based on two different data sets, which you're trying to compare. Each set against the max circle size plus the display means they were not being shown relative sizes. Oh. Interesting. Well, I guess I didn't do a ton for you, but you're welcome. Thanks for like letting me know that you figured it out as well, because that's something that like piqued my interest when I was thinking about it more last night. Needs to get into stats of A/B testing and data science. Okay. I guess I could see how this would be related to data science. You motivate to keep digging? Oh, okay, I'll take it. What do they call this? Evidence. Because the evidence, I thought, is what we did up here with the trials, but we use that probability like down here. So I don't know. Yeah, I'm sorry, Bessie. I'm not sure I can be of much help on explaining this because this is some weird stats. I haven't done a problem like this before, and this explanation makes very little sense to me. Hey, Aller. How's it going? All right, let me see what my ping is over here in the math Discord, and I'll Oh shoot, I erased my work for this one. Yeah, SPQ, I'm trying to... I don't know where that comes from. Hey, Fairlock. Let's go crazy. Yeah. When y equals x, you should get 0 in the numerator. And when y equals minus x, you get either an undefined... Well, yeah, an undefined number, or I think I said it was 2 to the n minus 1. Keep continuing with the other questions. Sounds good, Bessie. Yeah, I really wish I could explain that better, but I'm right there with you in terms of being confused on it. Oh wait, I might have the y equals minus x part wrong, right? No. No, I have it right. Let's see what this person says back. All right. Let's wait for that person to get back to us. Oh gosh, was this person? Okay, cool. They got the help that they need. It's new in here. Oh, okay. Oh no. Oh, here it is. Green's functions. Ooh. Oh no, I don't know if I can do this. I just haven't heard of Green's function before. Maybe we can figure it out, though. So, I mean, theoretically, you can solve this with an integrating factor. But I don't know what... Like, you'd solve for f of t, I guess. I don't know what Green's function is, I guess. This is a new thing for me. Does Google tell me? You know, Wolfram's explanations are normally even less helpful than Wikipedia's. I don't know why I go there. We got Laplace transforms. Oh gosh. Well, so far I'm finding the same thing as you, Yari, is it? If that makes you feel any better. When I first saw Green's function, I assumed it was just like Green's theorem or something like that, but this is a new thing for me. Bessie, no, so I have a bachelor's in applied math that I got about coming up on 6 years ago. I had a job that wasn't related to math at all, but I quit that to try out streaming and see where it goes. So as I'm trying to pursue streaming as a job, I don't have an actual like real job as of now, though. The kernel of the integral operator. Creation of parameters. I assume it's going to be related in some way. It's generally a goal of mine to do grad school. I'm not actively pursuing it right now, though. I hate how this looks. I'm sure it's probably not that bad in reality, but like, it just looks horrible, dude. Um, Green's function in the frequency space. Hmm. Yeah, I'm not sure this might be this is all completely new to me, and I think this is going to be a little bit too hard for me to learn in the moment. Yeah, I mean, it seems like that this time I have a good explanation, so I'll drop the link in it too in case you find it more helpful. But um, yeah, this feels a little bit too complicated for me right now, at least. And Bessie, have you seen the guy 3 Blue 1 Brown on YouTube? Oh yeah, I don't like actively watch him that much, but I am aware of him, and I have no idea how he does those animations. I'd love to know how as well. Oh yeah, so this person was asking basically why this function has the little, like why it pops up and it's not just a mirror of the left side here. So I just explained that the best that I could, and they just said thanks. So I'm glad that helped them. Anim, he builds them in Python. Oh, okay. I'm gonna close out of that. I guess we'll go back to the Discord question mark. This looks like a mess and someone else is typing in it, so let's let them deal with that. Fat, chubby, or golden seal? I, I, I don't know what that is. It's not. These closed ones are not getting cleaned up, it seems. Prove that if A divides C, B divides C, and GCD of AB is 1, then AB divides C. I don't know how you prove that either. I'm sure it's actually not that bad, but I am not good with proofs like this. Oh, it's something new in my Discord. Let's see. Oh, is this for your band notation, Braden? This is a lot to look at. I'm gonna let you finish your thought, I guess. Let's see. Uh, yeah, Mad Riz, for sure. Dude, why am I getting like darker and darker? I don't know. Oh yeah, I forgot. I was replying to this guy. Okay, I saw the beginning of what you were typing, Brayden, and I can't make any promises there, but it's the Riz, yeah. Let me reply to this guy first. Oh, they got it? Let's see. All right, Brayden, sounds good. Help 0? They start counting from 0? Is that what you're referring to? This person's still typing. Okay, I'll look at what you posted. Oh, instead of help 0 instead of 1? Yeah, I don't know. I assume a programmer made that decision. That does not look easy, I'll say. Yep. I think I'd rather work on homework questions than try and work my way through this. Because I just prefer working questions that people actually like need help with. Yes. Sorry. It's like if things are slow, sometimes I get questions for fun, but usually if it's a question for fun, it'll be something that I'm more like that that's a bit more like up my alley, like a calculus question or something. Mm. You know, speaking of, there aren't a ton of. I've gone through most of the Discord by now. Okay. Limit 4 equals negative x is indeed different because it gives you 2 to the n minus 1, right? Well, either that or it's an undefined number, but we can go with this. Two to the 0 equals 1. Which is not the same limit in the case of approaching 0, 0 via the y-axis. Every time following how this person has phrased it, I think they have the idea from what I can tell, but I need to read it a couple more times. I think you got it. And if n equals 1, yeah, you're still fine. So look at your sidebar. Donna's math viewers also watch Daisy Streamer, Daisy Streamer. Yeah. Yeah, it's because there's not enough math streamers, or there's not like a ton of math streamers on Twitch. And my Twitch stats could get a little messed up because when I play DayZ, I've been very lucky to get some big raids. And so there's a lot of individual people who have like watched my stream for like, 10 seconds or however long until they click off. That kind of like mess with the stats. So that's probably why Twitch is suggesting DayZ streamers, because there's not much competition for math streamers. And the raids that I get when I play DayZ kind of overwhelm the viewers that I get from math. You're still here, Poop? Yeah. Dude, my analytics for the viewers over the last 30 days are kind of hilarious. Like, lurking and working. Oh, okay, I appreciate it. Like, the raid from Ish is like one giant bar, and then all the other like bars for my viewers are like super tiny. It's just like funny to look at. So I got a Lopidal. Someone else is already getting on it though. Maybe let's switch back over to Reddit. because the math Discord, I'm kind of... Actually, I could work on real analysis problems. Let's quickly look through Reddit. And if not, there is one or two real analysis things that I want to do. First year university stats. Oh gosh, oh god, they have 3 different, I don't know if I want to do stats, but let's at least look. The mean of the discrete random variable is going to be 5.575. Ooh. I don't know how you would do this. How do you know between 1 and 5? I guess you have to use the mean in some way, but I'm not really sure. Because I feel like you get stuck with 2 different variables. Oh, maybe you have 2 equations and 2 unknowns, and you solve the system. That looks like what they're doing. See, I'll probably just have to add up to be 1, and so they end up p of x equals 1, p of x equals 5, add up to 4.75, which is the remainder after those 2 are done with. And then we have to use the average to get a second equation. Something about a real analysis class for me, it's a topic you never touched for, definitely interesting. Complex analysis like. Oh yeah, yeah. So another streamer, e to the 2i pi, aka Zach, is doing a real analysis class live on Twitch Tuesdays and Thursdays. So just before I started the stream, I was off participating in that. It's like a discussion-based class. It's not like a normal class. There's no like lectures or anything like that. If you're interested, there's going to be another section of it happening in an hour and a half. And there's potentially a complex analysis course on the way from Penn Center, but I can't promise that. It depends if Penn Center like decides to do it, because it is a big commitment. So. Oh yeah. So yeah, section 2 of it starts in an hour and a half, but section 1, gosh, how do I even express that time? It's 11 my time, and I'm Pacific, which is 6 hours ago is when it starts. It ends more or less right before I start my stream as well, if that makes the time zone conversion a bit easier. So it is about halfway through, so if you're just like jumping in, it might be a little bit hard to get caught up, but you might still find some interesting things there. And I can't be bothered with stats right now, I think. Well, I don't know, it really is more of an algebra problem than a stats problem, I guess. Okay, I should not be a quitter, right? Let's try and work our way through this. So when you calculate the average probability, you add them all up, and you're done. It is weird since 0 is a possible value here. I guess it just doesn't affect your average. I feel like that's weird, but I think that just is what it is. These look good. I don't know why those are scratched out, but 1 times p of x equals 1 and 5 times p of x equals 5. I would hope that they're doing there. Yeah, they do it down there. 7 times 0.5 is 3.5, indeed, is equal to 5.575. Good. Now, why do they get 1 minus 0.5? Oh. So they're going off the rails on this second to last line here. So I don't see where this is coming from. And it's also the VODs as well that Zach posts. So if you really can't make a time, they normally go up like within a day or two after the class happens. Yeah, why did they suddenly switch this to 0.5? I don't understand that. I agree with your work up until the second to last step in the first image. I like that you got p of x equal 1 plus 5p of x equal 5 equals plus 3.5 equals 5.575. But then I'm not sure what happened with the right side becoming 1 minus 0.5. How I'd proceed from there is, how I proceed from that last good step is subtracting 3.5 from each side to get p of x equal 1 plus 5p of x equal 5 equals 2.075. Plug in p of x equals 1 equals 0.475. P of x equal 1 equals 0.475 minus p of x equal 5. And solve for p of x equal 5 as you did. Okay. All right, so I don't know, actually, what do I have on, oh no, that ping is important. Okay. I want to do a little bit of real analysis. There's a thing or two that I want to kind of look up. Okay, so here are the prompts from today's class. And what I wanted to dig into is number 4. So we used an argument there that I didn't quite understand. Like, I kind of understand it, but not really. And while I'm at it, let me bring up the work that we did. Well, even then, we didn't write it out that formally, so this might not be the most helpful thing. I kind of want to just look up an alternate proof of the same thing. And see if I can understand like the completely different path to proving this number 4. because we mentioned a way by examining like the infimum and supremum of f of x. I just want to rule though, I think. I was thinking initially that I might want to try and like just find an alternate proof on my own, but I feel like I'm not going to be able to do that. So let's look at one. Continuous on a compact interval. Is a function necessarily bounded? Probably just learned from your stream. Oh gosh, well, you're welcome to. But this is my first time ever doing anything real analysis, so I wouldn't take my word for much anything. The word metric spaces being included in here kind of scares me, but let's just push forward a bit and see if the definition, how scary the definition looks. Or how scary some of this looks. I guess, yeah, we had this idea of sequentially continuous being kind of unexpectedly introduced. Yeah, Zach. I'm still not very comfortable with the work that we did for number 4 and 5, so I'm trying to dig into it a bit more. This looks like not a bad thing to look at, to be honest. A function f that maps x onto y is sequentially continuous. A belongs to x. If x sub n approaches a in x implies that f of x sub n approaches f of a in y. Taking about sequence and apply continuity to them. Well, see, what I'm thinking is that we already said every sequence is continuous because they're just isolated points. But I'm sure this means a different thing, which is like, given a function, just choose some sequence of points along it. And they're not going to do any kind of crazy jumping thing. The inputs to your function form a sequence. Oh, so it's still continuous after you apply the function to the inputs. Okay. You're not introducing some kind of discontinuity. No? Oh no. I thought it made sense in my head. Definition 4 is good. Okay. Wait, they go from definition 4 to definition 6? Oh, because the theorems count as... Okay, never mind. Let me not... Maybe that's a common thing to go definition 4, theorem 5, but that doesn't make sense to me. Anyway. Sequentially continuous at a point. If x sub n approaching that point implies that f of x sub n approaches f of a. It does make sense in others? Okay. Yeah, it might help avoid like confusing theorem 3 with definition 3 or something like that, I guess. if x sub n approaching a implies that the function of that sequence approaches the function of the limit. Hmm. Let me just read what theorem 5 is, I guess, because I think this is... It might help me understand it. A function f that maps x onto y is continuous at a if and only if it is sequentially continuous at a. A sequence of inputs that converge to 3. Right. Outputs if the inputs of the sequence are put through the function f of x equals x squared. I would expect the sequence to converge to 9. Okay. And then something else. Okay, so then that is what I was imagining. Maybe I just wasn't saying it right. Another thing I was wondering is that, like, can something be sequentially continuous but not actually continuous? But it sounds like the answer to that is no. They are basically the same, or they imply each other. Honestly, my intention was to look up the completely, like, different proof that you mentioned, because we used a strategy that you didn't expect. So my initial intention was just to try and look for that proof that you did intend, or something like it, but it's probably good to know too. Looking for the combination of continuous functions is continuous. Oh, wasn't I trying to do this before? No, that's with limits. Something you found on Wikipedia. Oh, okay. I might look at the Wikipedia explanation then too, so I can try to understand that explanation. Continuous image of a compact set is compact. Is that what we were saying here? Basically. Ooh, thank you. Suppose. Okay, cool. Suppose that f maps x onto y is continuous and x is compact. Right? If g sub alpha, where alpha is in I, is an open cover. Oh god. We have talked to, I mean, we have defined covers at least, but an open cover though. Then F inverse of G sub alpha. This might not be the explanation that I'm looking for. Not what I look it up. The inverse image of an open set is open. Since X is compact, it has a finite subcover. Okay. Then this uses a lot of terms that I'm not entirely comfortable with. But I think I sort of understand what it's saying. The open cover bit, I like an open cover of a closed interval sounds weird. Well, I guess X is compact. F of X, we're trying to show that that's compact. We don't necessarily know it yet. Well, I mean, it's supposed to be, though. Can an open cover, can it have excess? Like, is that how an open cover can... whose union is all of X. Can it be more than just all of X, though? Hey, ZZZ. It's Cover. Hey, BC Aura. Purposes. Okay. SPQ, you can say G sub A are open in F of X, meaning there exists G sub A open in R. G sub A are open in F of X, meaning there exists G sub A prime open in R, such that G sub A is equal to F of X. It's a subset of... Is the slash cap the subset symbol? Oh. Oh, it's intersect? Okay. Wait, then I'm really confused. On YouTube, ZZZ says Ian Stuckey once searched for hamburger, expecting Google to show a mathematician. I was there. I remember that. Ugh. Good times. I'm sure I've done the same though at some point. That is a very like common thing to do when you're just like in math mode. F inverse. I'm not sure. Honestly, I kind of want to like have a non or have like I should I kind of want to focus on like getting the other explanation for this that isn't like is this considered like topology-ish? In the way tangentially really know you said animal style fries. Oh, that sounds great. I don't know what I expect. Is it Harry Ball theorem ZZZ? Yeah, you definitely don't want to search Harry Ball. Yeah, Brian, this is for the real analysis stuff. Yeah, it's an In-N-Out burger thing. It's really good. Oh, proof using hyperreals. Let's look at that one. I'm sure I'm gonna a hyper integer? What? Okay, this is I'm gonna click through about probably 10 layers of Wikipedia here. What is a hyperreal number? Non-standard analysis? Oh, this is the fake analysis. Okay, maybe I shouldn't get too far into that though. Okay, I kind of want to read it like starting from here. Let me make it Wikipedia scale of text. Okay, cool. To understand. Oh yeah, no, I'm just making fun of it. I just probably shouldn't like start looking up even more advanced math topics when I'm already struggling with the extreme value theorem. Hyperreal. It's an element of moment conversation extension. Real analysis when you were on a sugar high. It's basically x such that x is in our union with dx infinity. Okay, ZZZ. Of course, I don't like hyperreals. Hyperreal numbers are surreal. Yeah, there should be. I know. I think surreal numbers are an actual thing, right? I was about to make a joke, but I think someone's actually made something called surreal numbers. All right, so if fx is continuous on AB, then it is bounded on AB. Start with that. Suppose the function f is not bounded above on the interval ab. So proof by contradiction. For every natural number n, there exists an x sub n belongs to ab such that f of x sub n is greater than n. Okay, so if it's not bounded above, that just means we can always get above any finite number you can name. This defines a sequence x sub n, where n is defined over the natural numbers. Class would be really ordinary. All right, that's a good one. So, okay, this is just some generic sequence. For every natural number n, I guess it's just an x sub n is just an arbitrary. I don't know how to define. Is that like this statement is a little bit confusing? I'm just treating this x sub n as arbitrary, even though this defines a sequence. But I feel like that's true for every sequence you make with an unbounded function. But well, I guess not. Well, if it's infinite, then yeah. Well, I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't go. I don't. Let's just get more than 3 sentences in. Actually, 2 sentences. No, 3. Sequence n is literally unbounded. Well, yeah, I was trying to figure out if like this means that this is just one specific sequence, or if it's just a generic sequence. I'm treating it as just a generic, some kind of increasing, or I mean, just I guess any sequence that's between, assuming the numbers between a and b, I guess. Okay. Because AB is bounded, the Bolzano-Weierstrass theorem implies there exists a convergent subsequence, right? Denote its limit by x. As AB is closed, it contains x, right? So closed set contains its limit points. Because f is continuous at x, we know that f of x sub n sub k converges to the real number f of x, as f is sequentially continuous at x. But f of x sub n sub k is greater than n sub k is greater than or equal to k. Because f is continuous at x, we know that the function of that subsequence converges to the real number f of x. I feel like that's the exact thing that I was saying today, that we... Like, that's something that I was confused on. That I thought you could just say that, but... we were doing all that sort, like, we're doing all of, like, this stuff and this stuff that Maybe I'm just mixing up the parts of the proof though. F of x of n sub k is greater than n sub k. Okay, so also put, okay, f of x sub n sub k is greater than n sub k. The indices of the subsequence is greater than k. So I guess this part is using the fact, or not the fact, but the initial assumption that f is not bounded. And if f is not bounded, then this subsequence should not converge. But there was a convergent subsequence that implies that f of x should converge, so there's a contradiction. That's how I'm reading it, at least. Let n be a number, Erdo's biography. Let sigma n be a series, biography of Gauss's early years. Oh god, I don't know enough about Erdos to get that one. First principles. This might be the kind of proof that I was wanting. This one's actually a real documentary. I feel like my brain is maybe frying a little bit. Ron Gray was in it doing backflips on a trampoline. I've been streaming for like 4.5 hours plus. I was in the real analysis class right before this. Maybe we should go right out to Dan. Just so I can give my brain a break, make some dinner, and then tune in for section 2. So yeah, I'm gonna cut the YouTube stream off here. Thank you all for being here if you are here on YouTube. Let me do a shout out for Zach's real analysis class. It's gonna be happening over on Twitch in 45 minutes. But yeah, if you're on YouTube, I appreciate you. And I'll be back with math on Thursday. Bye, YouTube.